Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. How Luna Lovegood Can Actually See Things Others Can't. Let's start with a theory about one of the most enigmatic characters in the wizarding world, a girl whose silvery eyes might perceive far more than what others dismiss as fantasy. As you settle deeper into your chair, allow yourself to drift into the edges of Hogwarts, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blur like mist across the Scottish Highlands. Here walks a girl with radish earrings and a necklace of butterbeer corks, her wand tucked behind her ear for safekeeping. Luna Lovegood moves through the corridors with an air of perpetual discovery, as if each stone in the ancient castle whispers secrets only she can hear. What if Luna's apparent eccentricity is not delusion, but a rare and profound gift, a magical ability to perceive layers of reality that remain invisible to others, even to those considered the most talented witches and wizards of the age? Consider the Thestrals, those skeletal winged horses visible only to those who have witnessed and processed death. While Harry initially questioned his sanity upon seeing them, Luna's calm acceptance of their presence suggested something more. "Don't worry," she told him in her dreamy voice. "You're just as sane as I am." A statement that, upon reflection, may have been more revealing than reassuring. The wizarding world acknowledges that certain magical creatures exist beyond ordinary perception. The Rackspurts and Nargles that Luna speaks of with such certainty, perhaps these are not figments of imagination, but beings that exist in a spectrum of magic that most wizards have lost the ability to perceive. Imagine, if you will, a magical sensitivity that functions like a prism, refracting reality into its component parts. Where others see a solid wall of perception, Luna might see the threads of magic woven through the world, vibrating with intention and consciousness. The Lovegoods' home, shaped like a castle rook, points toward the sky, a physical manifestation of their orientation toward higher awareness. There is evidence to suggest that Luna's perceptive abilities may have been inherited from her mother, Pandora Lovegood. As you recall, Pandora was an extraordinary witch who died during a spell experiment gone wrong. What if these weren't random experiments, but methodical attempts to expand magical perception? Perhaps Pandora was developing spells to help others see what she and her daughter could naturally perceive. If we delve into wizarding genetics, we find numerous examples of inherited magical traits. Parseltongue in the Gaunt line, Metamorphagus abilities in the Black family through Tonks. Luna's perceptive abilities could be similarly inherited, a rare magical trait that manifests as an enhanced sensitivity to magical frequencies beyond the standard spectrum. This theory gains further credibility when we consider Luna's behavior during her first appearance on the Hogwarts Express. While reading the Quibbler upside down, she commented that it contained a rune that needed to be viewed from a different angle. This casual remark suggests a mind accustomed to shifting perspectives, to seeing beyond conventional limitations. The wizarding world has long established that magic often manifests through the eyes. Think of Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye that could see through solid objects, or the basilisk whose gaze could petrify or kill. Even the mirror of Erasust works through visual perception. Luna's protuberant silvery eyes, described repeatedly throughout the series, might be physical indicators of her enhanced magical sight. Perhaps most telling is Luna's ability to sense emotions and truths that others miss. Her observation about Harry feeling sorry for people who can only see what's in front of their noses wasn't just philosophical musing. It was a gentle acknowledgement of shared perception. When she told Harry that she could see that Sirius was just as sane as she was, she may have been literally perceiving his spiritual essence beyond the veil. Imagine for a moment the experience of walking through Hogwarts with such perception. The castle itself, built on centuries of accumulated magic, would shimmer with layers of enchantment visible only to Luna. The ghosts might appear more substantial, the portraits more alive. Ancient spells woven into the very stones might manifest as patterns of light or vibration, explaining Luna's tendency to pause and observe seemingly empty spaces. The Department of Mysteries, with its concentrated magical research, would be particularly overwhelming to someone with Luna's abilities. Remember how comfortable she seemed there, how unfazed by its wonders. While others were disoriented and frightened, Luna moved with the confidence of someone who could see the underlying patterns in the chaos. What might this mean for our understanding of magic itself? If Luna can perceive beings and energies that others cannot, perhaps magic is far more complex and conscious than the Ministry's standardized education acknowledges. The Lovegood's belief in the crumple-horned snorkack might not be whimsy, but rather an attempt to document magical species that exist beyond common perception. Xenophilius Lovegood's obsession with the Deathly Hallows could also connect to this theory. The Hallows are objects that transcend normal magical limitations, a wand of unbeatable power, a stone that recalls the dead, a cloak that truly hides from death. A father who recognizes his daughter's special perception might naturally be drawn to artifacts that bend the rules of magical reality. As the evening deepens around us, and the fire casts long shadows across the room, consider how this theory might reshape your understanding, not just of Luna, but of the entire magical world. The division between reality and fantasy becomes less clear, more permeable. Just as the entrance to platform 9 3/4 appears solid to Muggles, perhaps entire dimensions of magical reality remain invisible to most wizards. Luna's marginalization at Hogwarts takes on a poignant dimension through this lens. Imagine perceiving wonders that no one else can see, facing skepticism and ridicule for speaking truths that others cannot verify. Yet Luna remains remarkably gentle and accepting, never imposing her reality on others or becoming bitter about their limitations. There is wisdom in her perspective that goes beyond mere eccentricity. In the Battle of Hogwarts, Luna's practical value became clear. She was one of the few who could produce a fully corporeal Patronus, a spell that requires both emotional honesty and the ability to perceive positive energy even in dark moments. Her suggestion to use the Ravenclaw diadem to find wisdom proved unexpectedly practical. Perhaps she could literally see traces of the Horcruxes' dark magic clinging to the lost artifact. The evening grows late now, and our exploration of Luna's special sight must come to a pause. But as you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might wonder what layers of reality might exist just beyond your own perception. Are there magical wavelengths, beings, and truths that remain invisible until we learn to adjust our sight? And if Luna Lovegood can naturally see what others cannot, what does this suggest about the true nature of magic itself? Not as a tool to be wielded, but as a living dimension to be perceived and understood. Chapter 2. Why Dumbledore collected Horcruxes years before telling Harry. The embers in the hearth shift and settle as we turn our attention to one of the most intricate mysteries of the wizarding world, the secretive machinations of Albus Dumbledore. Tonight, we explore a theory that weaves through shadows and time, suggesting that the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts had been hunting Voldemort's Horcruxes for far longer than anyone realized, perhaps decades before he ever shared this knowledge with Harry Potter. The path of this theory begins in the gloom of an old Muggle house in Little Hangleton, where dust gathered on floorboards that had felt the weight of murder. Consider for a moment the golden ring with its cracked black stone that adorned Dumbledore's withered hand in Harry's 6th year. This was not a recent acquisition. but the culmination of years of patient research and dangerous pursuit. When did Dumbledore first suspect the existence of Horcruxes? The answer may lie in the swirling silver threads of memory that he collected so assiduously over the years. Remember how, when showing Harry the memory of Tom Riddle inquiring about Horcruxes to Professor Slughorn, Dumbledore remarked that he had been seeking this particular memory for a very long time. But what if this was not the beginning of his suspicions, merely a confirmation of what he already feared? Imagine Dumbledore, in the aftermath of the First Wizarding War, standing amidst the ruins of Godric's Hollow, the most powerful dark wizard of the age, seemingly vanquished by an infant, yet Dumbledore, with his penetrating wisdom, recognized something that others missed. Voldemort had not truly died. While the wizarding world celebrated, Dumbledore began a solitary vigil, watching and waiting for signs of Voldemort's return. The diary that possessed Ginny Weasley in Harry's second year was the first concrete evidence of Horcruxes, though Harry did not know it then. When the destroyed diary was brought to Dumbledore's office, there was no surprise in those piercing blue eyes, only confirmation. "I have been hoping," he told Harry years later, "for some sign that Voldemort had these measures in place." But his choice of words is telling, hoping not to discover, but for confirmation of what he already suspected. Trace back further still, to when Dumbledore first encountered Tom Riddle as a child in Wool's orphanage. Even then, he noted the boy's disturbing collection of trophies, his need to dominate and possess. Perhaps the seeds of suspicion were planted that very day, nurtured by decades of observation as Riddle transformed into Voldemort. The theory deepens when we consider the Ring of the Gaunts. This was no impulsive acquisition, but a calculated retrieval. Dumbledore had identified the Gaunt shack, hidden it from others, and waited for the precise moment to obtain it. The curse that blackened his hand was not the result of carelessness, but of necessity. He needed that Horcrux, even at great personal risk. And what of the locket? The cave by the sea bears evidence of repeated magical examination. Dumbledore knew exactly where to go, exactly what to expect. He had studied the defenses, possibly over multiple visits, before ever taking Harry with him. "I think so," he answered, when Harry asked if he'd been there before. A characteristically modest understatement, perhaps concealing years of investigation. Consider also Dumbledore's extensive network of informants. Mundungus Fletcher, with his underworld connections. Professor Slughorn, with his knowledge of Riddle as a student. Even Severus Snape, positioned within the Death Eater's inner circle. Each provided pieces of a puzzle that Dumbledore had been assembling since the night James and Lily Potter died. The headmaster's office itself may have held secrets relevant to this quest. The strange silver instruments whirring and emitting puffs of smoke. What were they monitoring? The portraits of previous headmasters, dispatched on mysterious errands. Were they searching for signs of Horcruxes? Even Fawkes, the Phoenix, whose tears have powerful healing properties, may have accompanied Dumbledore on reconnaissance missions too dangerous to undertake alone. There is a peculiar symmetry to this theory, when we consider that while Voldemort split his soul into 7 parts, Dumbledore split his knowledge into carefully compartmentalized fragments, never trusting any one person with the complete picture. Not the Ministry, not the Order of the Phoenix, not even Minerva McGonagall or Severus Snape knew the full extent of his investigations. Why then did Dumbledore wait so long to share this crucial information with Harry? This question breathes in the spaces between the crackling flames of our fire. The answer may lie in the nature of the knowledge itself. Horcruxes represent the darkest magic, knowledge so corrupting that books on their creation were removed even from the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Dumbledore may have feared that premature exposure to such darkness would harm Harry, whose connection to Voldemort already made him vulnerable to the Dark Lord's influence. Perhaps he worried that Voldemort might glimpse the knowledge through their connection. Or maybe, as suggested by his withered hand, Dumbledore learned firsthand how dangerous Horcruxes could be to those who sought them. There is also the matter of Harry's readiness. Dumbledore was not merely preparing Harry to destroy Horcruxes, but to understand the nature of the evil they represented. Each year at Hogwarts peeled back another layer of this understanding, from the diary that showed Riddle's manipulation, to the graveyard where Harry witnessed Voldemort's rebirth, to the Department of Mysteries where he experienced the prophecy firsthand. Perhaps Dumbledore recognized that Harry needed this gradual education before he could fully comprehend what Horcruxes truly meant. The timing of Dumbledore's revelation coincided with the injury to his hand, a stark reminder that his own time was limited. Having collected memories, possible Horcrux locations, and crucial intelligence for over a decade, he finally began to transfer this burden to Harry, knowing he would not live to complete the mission himself. The theory takes on a bittersweet dimension when we recognize that Dumbledore's early Horcrux hunting was conducted not just with foresight, but with compassion. Every year he bought for Harry was another year of childhood, another year to develop the strength and wisdom he would need. Every Horcrux Dumbledore located in advance was one less for Harry to find alone. In the soft light of our evening fire, we might imagine Dumbledore in his office late at night, poring over ancient texts, corresponding with obscure magical historians, or examining memories in his pensieve. Year after year, piece by piece, he assembled the puzzle of Voldemort's immortality, while the rest of the wizarding world moved on, believing the threat had passed. The destruction of the ring Horcrux marked the beginning of the end for Dumbledore. Not only had the curse begun to drain his life, but it signaled that the time had come to entrust the completion of his life's most important work to a boy barely 16 years old. When he arranged private lessons with Harry, it was not the beginning of a search, but the transfer of a search already well underway. As the night deepens around us and shadows dance upon the walls, consider the weight of secrets Dumbledore carried alone for so many years. The locations explored, the dangers faced, the knowledge accumulated, all while maintaining his duties as headmaster, chief warlock, and supreme mugwump. Perhaps his greatest achievement was not what he discovered about Voldemort's Horcruxes, but how long he managed to keep that discovery hidden from Voldemort himself. And as you drift toward dreams, perhaps you might wonder, what other long-laid plans did Dumbledore set in motion that have yet to be revealed? What secrets might still lie hidden in the margins of his twinkling blue gaze, waiting for someone perceptive enough to recognize their significance? Chapter 3. The real reason Neville's parents were tortured. The shadows grow longer as our evening deepens, drawing us toward one of the most tragic mysteries in the wizarding world. In the quiet stillness between twilight and darkness, let us contemplate a theory that might explain why the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. subjected Frank and Alice Longbottom to such merciless torture, a motivation far more specific and calculated than commonly believed. Most in the wizarding world accept the official account that the Lestranges and Crouch tortured the Longbottoms for information about Voldemort's whereabouts after his fall. But this explanation has always contained curious inconsistencies, like ripples disturbing the surface of a still pond. Why would these particular Death Eaters believe the Longbottoms possessed knowledge that other Order members did not? Why continue the torture long past the point where it was clear the Longbottoms could tell them nothing? And perhaps most tellingly, why risk capture when most other Death Eaters had already gone into hiding? Consider instead a theory that aligns these disparate elements into a cohesive whole, that the Lestranges and Crouch weren't seeking information about Voldemort's location, but about the prophecy and the strange magic that had protected Harry Potter. The timing is significant. The attack occurred shortly after Voldemort's fall at Godric's Hollow. While most believed Voldemort truly vanquished, his most devoted followers would have suspected otherwise. Bellatrix Lestrange, whose devotion to the Dark Lord bordered on obsession, would not have accepted his defeat without question. Imagine the scene in those chaotic days after Voldemort's disappearance. Death Eaters scattered, some claiming bewitchment, others hiding. But Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Rabaston, and Barty Crouch Jr. gathered instead, driven by desperate faith that their master could return. If only they understood what had happened that night in Godric's Hollow. What if they knew fragments of the prophecy? Not the complete wording that Snape delivered to Voldemort, but enough to recognize there had been a prophecy involving a child born as the 7th month died. Enough to know that 2 families had been in hiding, the Potters and the Longbottoms. This is where our theory gains particular resonance. Frank and Alice Longbottom were accomplished Aurors, members of the original Order of the Phoenix. They had defied Voldemort 3 times, just as the Potters had, and crucially, their son Neville was born at the end of July, mere hours from Harry Potter. Either child could have been the subject of the prophecy. The Lestranges may have believed the Longbottoms possessed critical knowledge about the nature of the protection that had rebounded Voldemort's killing curse. Was it ancient magic? A secret spell? Something in the blood of these particular families? If they could extract this information, perhaps they could undo whatever magic had defeated their master. The theory deepens when we consider what Barty Crouch Jr. later revealed during his brief period of lucidity under Veritaserum. He spoke of returning Voldemort to power, of being his most faithful servant. This suggests the torture was not a mere act of revenge, but part of a calculated plan to gather information that could restore the Dark Lord. The prolonged nature of the torture also supports this theory. The Cruciatus curse, terrible as it is, would typically be abandoned when it became clear the victims had no information to give. But if the torturers believed the Longbottoms were withholding secrets about protective magic, magic that might be embedded in subtle ways they didn't fully understand themselves, they might have continued in the desperate hope of breaking through hidden mental barriers. There is a particular poignancy to this theory when we consider Neville Longbottom himself. The quiet, initially bumbling boy who struggled with confidence might have been marked by Voldemort instead of Harry. The protection his parents tried to provide cost them their sanity, while Harry's parents' protection cost them their lives. 2 children, 2 families shattered, 2 different kinds of loss. This perspective also casts a new light on Augusta Longbottom's treatment of her grandson. Her disappointment in Neville's apparently modest magical abilities might have stemmed from a fear that he lacked the power needed to protect himself, should Voldemort's followers ever return to finish what they started. Her strictness, seen through this lens, becomes a desperate attempt to prepare him for dangers she knew were all too real. The Department of Mysteries holds further threads that weave into this theory. The prophecy orbs can only be retrieved by those about whom they are made. Voldemort needed Harry to obtain the prophecy. But what if the Lestranges believed they could use Neville for the same purpose? What if part of their interrogation involved questions about whether Frank or Alice had ever taken their infant son to hear the prophecy? Consider also how this theory might explain Bellatrix's particular hatred for Neville during the battle at the Department of Mysteries. Her taunting might have stemmed not just from general cruelty, but from specific frustration over a family that had once withheld secrets she desperately sought. As our fire dims to a gentle glow, casting soft amber light across the room, let us examine one final piece of this theoretical puzzle. Dumbledore's decision to place Harry with the Dursleys emphasized the importance of blood protection. Lily's sacrifice created a shield that lived on in her sister's blood. What if similar blood magic existed in other wizarding families? What if the Lestranges tortured the Longbottoms, not just for information they consciously possessed, but for magical secrets embedded in their very bloodlines? The St. Mungo's ward where Frank and Alice now reside becomes an even more tragic place in this light. 2 brilliant Aurors, reduced to shadows of themselves, not simply as collateral damage in a war, but as specific targets of those seeking to unravel ancient magic. They had never fully understood themselves. Their broken minds might contain fragments of knowledge about protective charms and blood magic that even they didn't know they possessed, knowledge their torturers failed to extract. Augusta Longbottom's insistence that Neville use his father's wand until it was broken in the Department of Mysteries takes on new meaning as well. Perhaps she believed that the wand, having chosen Frank, might contain some echo of the protective magic that had made the Longbottoms a target, a tangible connection to the power that might have made Neville the chosen one, had circumstances been slightly different. The resilience Neville eventually displayed, his leadership of Dumbledore's army during the darkest days at Hogwarts, his defiance of Voldemort, his destruction of the final Horcrux, suggests that perhaps the Lestranges were not entirely wrong. There was indeed something special in the Longbottom lineage, a courage and power that could not be tortured away, that resurfaced in their son when it was most needed. As the night grows deeper and you drift closer to dreams, consider this question: what other dimensions might there be to the prophecy that marked two boys before their birth? And if the magic that protected Harry came from his mother's willing sacrifice, what untapped protective magic might still lie dormant in the broken minds of Alice and Frank Longbottom, waiting to be understood not by those who would use it for dark purposes, but by those who seek to comprehend the deepest mysteries of love and sacrifice. Chapter 4. How Beetle the Bard's Tales Reveal Other Magical Artifacts. The ancient stories we tell our children often carry deeper truths than we realize. As moonlight filters through our windows, casting elongated shadows across the floor, let us explore a fascinating theory about wizarding folklore, that the beloved tales of Beetle the Bard don't merely contain the secret of the Deathly Hallows, but also conceal references to numerous other powerful magical artifacts that may exist in the wizarding world. Think of how the tale of the three brothers revealed the existence of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. These objects, once thought to be mere fantasy, proved quite real and central to the final confrontation between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort. What if this pattern extends throughout Beetle's collection? What if each tale serves as both moral lesson and historical record, preserving knowledge of magical objects too powerful or dangerous to document openly? Consider the Fountain of Fair Fortune, where three witches and a knight overcome obstacles to reach a fountain said to grant good fortune to whoever bathes in its waters. The traditional interpretation suggests the fountain had no actual magic, that the challenges themselves provided what each seeker needed. But what if the tale preserves the memory of a real magical fountain, whose powers were more subtle than mere wish fulfillment? Imagine a hidden location, perhaps in a forest much like the one outside our window tonight, where waters infused with the essence of Felix Felicis once flowed, not granting wishes directly, but subtly altering probabilities in favor of those who drank from it. The Department of Mysteries might have an entire room dedicated to studying such probability-altering magic, its existence hinted at only in a children's story. The garden surrounding this theoretical fountain is equally intriguing. The tale describes plants that cause ill effects, one provocative of hopeless grief, another inducing insanity-inducing sleeplessness. These could be botanical cousins to known magical plants like Devil's Snare or Venomous Tentacula, perhaps cultivated specifically to guard the fountain. Herbologists like Neville Longbottom might recognize descriptions of extinct magical flora, preserved only in Beetle's words. In The Wizard and the Hopping Pot, we encounter a cauldron with remarkable properties. It sprouts a foot, fills itself with appropriate potions, and even speaks with the voice of its departed owner. While seemingly whimsical, this tale might preserve knowledge of a class of semi-sentient magical objects. Perhaps the Sorting Hat, with its ability to speak and make judgments, belongs to this rare category of enchanted items imbued with aspects of their creator's consciousness. The theoretical implications deepen when we consider that this tale dates from before the International Statute of Secrecy. The magical pot that helps Muggles might represent actual historical artifacts, enchanted objects left in Muggle villages to provide healing and assistance. Such objects might have been recalled or destroyed when magical and Muggle communities separated, their memory preserved only in Beetle's tale, and perhaps in Muggle folklore about miraculous healing vessels. Babbity Rabbity and her cackling stump presents us with an even more tantalizing possibility. The story features an Animagus witch who pretends to be executed, then speaks through a stump, convincing a king that magic cannot be used to resurrect the dead. While the tale is often interpreted as merely explaining magical limitations, what if it actually references a forgotten magical artifact, a speaking stump that could communicate with the deceased. Not a resurrection stone that brings back shadows, but perhaps a different kind of conduit between worlds. Ancient wizards might have used such objects for limited communication with the departed, not unlike the enchanted portraits that retain impressions of their subjects, but connected to the actual departed soul, rather than merely an imprint of personality. The most enigmatic of Beetle's tales, The Warlock's Hairy Heart, describes a warlock who removes his own heart and preserves it using dark magic. Though seemingly allegorical, this might reference actual magical experimentation with separating and preserving organs. Not Horcruxes, which split the soul, but a different kind of magic focused on the physical heart as a seat of emotion. The crystal casket described in the tale, where the warlock's heart grows hairy and bestial from lack of human connection, might be a real magical containment device. Perhaps the Department of Mysteries once studied such objects before deeming them too dangerous, or perhaps Unspeakables still maintain records of such experiments, hidden away from public knowledge much like the Prophecies. Throughout these theoretical explorations, one pattern emerges consistently. Beetle seems to record objects that exist at the intersection of different types of magic. The Deathly Hallows themselves represent 3 distinct approaches to conquering death. Similarly, her artifacts suggested by his tales combine multiple magical principles: consciousness and object in the hopping pot, probability and potion in the fountain, communication and botanical magic in Babbity's stump, containment and emotional magic in the crystal casket. This pattern suggests a deeper purpose to Beetle's work than mere entertainment. In an era before standardized magical education, before the Ministry regulated magical knowledge, these tales may have served as a repository of advanced magical theory, presented in forms that could be remembered and passed down even through periods when literacy was uncommon. The implications are particularly intriguing when we consider Dumbledore's interest in Beetle's tales. While his commentary in the Tales of Beetle the Bard focuses primarily on historical context and moral lessons, Dumbledore was known for layers of meaning in his words. His emphasis on the importance of these children's stories might have been a subtle acknowledgement of their value as historical and magical records. As our fire flickers lower, casting gentle warmth across the room, consider how wizard children have heard these tales for centuries, absorbing not just moral lessons but perhaps fragments of historical knowledge about powerful magical artifacts. When Hermione received Dumbledore's copy of the tales, she literally held a key to understanding the Hallows, but what other keys might be contained in those pages, waiting for a mind clever enough to recognize them? The theoretical connections extend beyond the wizarding world, and into our own Muggle folklore. The similarities between Beetle's tales and certain Muggle fairy tales, magic cauldrons, enchanted fountains, speaking animals, might not be coincidence but evidence of shared historical origins. Perhaps some of these artifacts existed in the time before the Statute of Secrecy, leaving impressions in both magical and non-magical storytelling traditions. This theory invites us to read Beetle's tales with new eyes, to look for descriptions that might refer to real magical objects or principles, the elegant wand movements described in the Fountain of Fair Fortune, the precise phrasing of Babbity's incantations, the specific materials of the warlock's crystal casket. Each detail might preserve actual magical knowledge in the guise of fantasy. The Department of Mysteries, with its enigmatic rooms and restricted research, might well contain artifacts that match Beetle's descriptions. Unspeakables might study a fountain whose waters subtly influence probability, or experiments in communicating through botanical mediums, or devices for containing and preserving living organs. The secrecy surrounding their work would explain why such objects remain the stuff of children's tales rather than common knowledge. As the night deepens around us and sleep draws near, let your imagination wander through the possibilities. What other magical artifacts might lie hidden in plain sight, their existence preserved in stories told to wizard children through the centuries? And if the Deathly Hallows themselves proved real after generations of dismissal as mere fantasy, what other wonders described by Beetle might await rediscovery by those who know how to recognize the truth within the tale? Chapter 5. Why Aberforth's Patronus is connected to Ariana's death. The night grows deeper as our candles burn low, their amber light flickering against the darkness. In this hushed moment between wakefulness and dreams, let us turn our thoughts to a more solemn theory, one that connects the silver goat Patronus of Aberforth Dumbledore to the tragic death of his sister Ariana, revealing layers of grief, guilt, and memory that span decades. Aberforth Dumbledore remains one of the wizarding world's more enigmatic figures, the brother who stood in Albus's shadow, the barman of the Hog's Head Inn, with its perpetually grimy windows and floor covered in sawdust. Yet, in his gruff exterior and seemingly simple life, lies a complex story of family tragedy and enduring devotion. We know that Aberforth's Patronus takes the form of a goat, a fact mentioned by Albus Dumbledore himself, and later confirmed when Aberforth sent his Patronus to guide Harry, Ron, and Hermione through a secret passage into Hogwarts. This form is often attributed to Aberforth's well-known affinity for goats, a preference that became the subject of inappropriate jokes and gossip, according to his brother. But what if this explanation is merely the surface of a deeper truth? What if Aberforth's goat Patronus is intrinsically connected to his sister Ariana and the guilt he carried about her death? Consider what we know of Ariana Dumbledore. After being attacked by Muggle boys at the age of 6, she became unable to control her magic. Described as sweet and scared and harmless by Aberforth himself, she required constant care and supervision. While Albus resented this responsibility after their mother's death, Aberforth embraced it, even planning to care for Ariana after finishing school rather than pursuing a career. The most revealing clue comes from Aberforth's own words to Harry. "I was her favorite," he said, with a trace of bitterness toward his more brilliant brother, not Albus. He was always up in his bedroom when he was home, reading his books and counting his prizes, keeping up with his correspondence with the most notable magical names of the day. She liked me best. Imagine the Dumbledore household in those difficult years. Percival, imprisoned in Azkaban. Kendra, maintaining the family's isolation to protect Ariana's secret. Albus absorbed in his studies and ambitions. In this environment it was Aberforth who connected most deeply with his damaged sister. And how might he have done this? The theory suggests that Aberforth kept goats specifically for Ariana's benefit. These gentle animals, with their patient temperaments and immediate usefulness, would have provided multiple benefits for a traumatized girl, unable to interact normally with the world. The daily rhythm of caring for livestock offers stability. The tactile experience of soft fur and warm bodies provides comfort. The simple presence of creatures that don't demand complex social interaction creates a safe space for someone overwhelmed by human dynamics. Perhaps Aberforth discovered that Ariana was calmer around the goats. Perhaps she smiled more often in their presence, or her dangerous magical outbursts became less frequent. He might have created a small sanctuary for her, a place where she could experience moments of peace in her troubled existence. This connection deepens the tragedy of what followed. When Gellert Grindelwald arrived in Godric's Hollow and befriended Albus, tensions escalated within the Dumbledore home. The three-way duel that broke out between Albus, Aberforth, and Grindelwald resulted in Ariana's death, though no one ever knew whose spell struck her. Imagine Aberforth in the aftermath of this catastrophe. Having dedicated himself to protecting his sister, he had failed in the most absolute way possible. The guilt of this would be immeasurable, regardless of whose spell actually caused her death. And here lies the heart of our theory, that Aberforth's goat Patronus emerged from this complex tangle of love, guilt, and memory. The Patronus charm, as we know, requires the caster to focus on their happiest memory. For many wizards, this involves straightforward moments of joy, achievements, celebrations, falling in love. But for someone carrying profound grief like Aberforth, happiness becomes more complicated. His happiest memories would be inextricably linked to Ariana, the sister he loved best and failed to save. When casting his Patronus, Aberforth might focus on moments of Ariana finding brief happiness among the goats he kept for her. The silver goat that emerges represents not just his affinity for the animals themselves, but the memory of his sister's rare moments of peace in their presence. It embodies both his happiest memories and his greatest loss. This interpretation casts new light on Aberforth's life choices, his decision to become the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn, keeping goats on the premises despite their inappropriate behavior, as referenced in jokes about his charms and enchantments, suggests a man creating a life that keeps him connected to his sister's memory. Every goat becomes a living reminder of Ariana, every day an act of remembrance. The theory gains additional resonance when we consider the symbolic meanings traditionally associated with goats. In many cultures, goats represent nurturing and sustenance. In some magical traditions, they are seen as protective creatures with connections to more primal forms of magic, perhaps the very kind of uncontrolled magic that manifested in Ariana. By surrounding himself with these animals and manifesting his Patronus in their form, Aberforth creates a continuous link to his role as Ariana's protector. There is a particular poignancy to this theory when we recall that Ariana's portrait in Aberforth's upstairs room at the Hog's Head served as the entrance to a secret passage into Hogwarts. Just as Aberforth continued to protect and care for his sister in life, her image continued to protect and assist others after her death. The pathway she reveals, like the Patronus Aberforth sends, guides those in need towards safety. As the fire burns down to gentle embers, casting soft shadows across our walls, consider how this theory transforms our understanding of Aberforth Dumbledore. Not a simple man living in his brother's shadow, but a complex figure whose every choice, from his career to his Patronus, was shaped by love and loss. His gruff exterior and isolated lifestyle weren't signs of misanthropy, but the protective shell of someone who had experienced the devastating consequences of failing to protect what he loved most. Albus Dumbledore's Patronus was a phoenix, majestic, powerful, representative of rebirth and second chances. How fitting that Aberforth's was a goat, humble, nurturing, connected to earth rather than air. Where Albus soared toward grand visions and abstract principles, Aberforth remained grounded in the immediate needs of those around him. Each brother's Patronus reflected not just their personality, but their response to the shared tragedy that defined their lives. The gentle silver light of Aberforth's goat Patronus, guiding Harry and his friends through darkness, takes on new meaning through this lens. It becomes not just magical protection, but the embodiment of a lifetime spent trying to atone for a single devastating failure. Each time Aberforth cast that spell, he reconnected with both his happiest memories and his deepest wound, the sister he loved, the peaceful moments among the goats, the protection he couldn't ultimately provide. As sleep draws nearer and our thoughts grow more distant, consider this question: what other magical manifestations might be shaped by grief and love intertwined? Could the form of a Patronus reveal not just what brings a wizard joy, but what they have lost? And in Aberforth's case, might the silver goat that emerged from his wand be not just a protector against darkness, but a bridge between the brother who survived and the sister who did not? Chapter 6. The significance of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. The midnight hour approaches as our conversation turns to darker matters. The embers in our fireplace cast long shadows across the floor as we contemplate one of the most sinister aspects of Lord Voldemort's quest for immortality, the creation of not 1, but 7 Horcruxes. Tonight, we explore a theory that suggests these 7 fragments of soul were not merely a numerical preference, but a calculated magical strategy with deeper significance than most wizards ever realized. 7 has long been recognized as the most powerfully magical number. This is not merely superstition but established magical theory, acknowledged by arithmancers and spell creators throughout wizarding history. When Tom Riddle inquired about creating multiple Horcruxes, he specifically asked Professor Slughorn about dividing his soul into 7 parts, 6 Horcruxes plus the piece remaining in his body. But what if the significance of 7 extended beyond mere numerical power? What if each Horcrux represented a specific aspect of Voldemort's magical identity, forming a complex web of protection that transcended the basic immortality function of a single Horcrux? Consider first the diary, the earliest Horcrux created, made when Tom Riddle was still a student at Hogwarts. This wasn't merely a container for soul, but a weapon designed to reopen the Chamber of Secrets and continue Salazar Slytherin's work. The diary embodied Riddle's ambition and his identity as Slytherin's heir. It contained not just soul but purpose, a fragment of Voldemort capable of independent action toward specific goals. The Gaunt family ring, with its cracked black stone, unknowingly the Resurrection Stone, represented Voldemort's claim to pure-blood heritage through his mother's lineage to Salazar Slytherin. Despite his half-blood status, this Horcrux embodied his connection to ancient wizarding bloodlines and his perceived right to magical supremacy. The ring, worn by his maternal grandfather, connected Voldemort to the very wizarding aristocracy he sought to rule. Slytherin's locket, recovered from Hepzibah Smith through murder and theft, strengthened this connection to Slytherin. But beyond lineage, the locket represented something more: the prestigious education at Hogwarts that had given the orphaned Tom Riddle his first true home and recognition. The locket contained not just soul but belonging, Voldemort's claim to the magical world that had initially welcomed his talents. Hufflepuff's cup, also taken from Hepzibah Smith, might seem an odd choice for a Slytherin-obsessed wizard, yet this Horcrux could represent Voldemort's comprehensive magical achievements. Hufflepuff valued hard work and dedication, qualities that, however twisted, Voldemort embodied in his relentless pursuit of magical knowledge. The cup, a vessel designed to enhance anything placed within it according to legend, contained the fragment of soul dedicated to magical excellence. Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, embodied intelligence and wisdom, attributes Voldemort prized and believed himself to possess in abundance. He recovered this lost artifact through clever manipulation of the Grey Lady, and secreted it where he believed no one else could find it. The diadem contained the fragment of soul dedicated to magical innovation and discovery. The snake Nagini represented something different, not an ancient artifact but a living vessel. This unusual Horcrux might have embodied Voldemort's Parseltongue ability, his connection to serpents that first revealed his magical heritage in the orphanage. Through Nagini, Voldemort maintained a living extension of himself, capable of carrying out his will, even when he was physically elsewhere. This Horcrux contained not just soul but agency, the ability to act independently while remaining under his control. The accidental Horcrux created in Harry Potter disrupts the elegance of this system. Unintended and unknown to Voldemort, this seventh soul fragment complicated the magical balance he sought to create. This accident might explain why Voldemort appeared less stable, less rational after his resurrection. The seven-part harmony of his soul had been unbalanced by an eighth fragment he never intended to create. Imagine, if you will, these Horcruxes not as random vessels, but as a carefully orchestrated magical system. In creating them, Voldemort may have been attempting something far more complex than simple immortality. Perhaps he sought to distribute different aspects of his magical power and identity across multiple vessels, creating a network of power that would make him not just immortal, but increasingly formidable. This theory gains credibility when we consider the consequences of Horcrux destruction. As each vessel was eliminated, Voldemort seemed to become less strategic, more erratic. His early calculated moves gave way to bursts of rage and impulsive decisions. This could suggest that he was losing not just pieces of soul, but specific capabilities associated with each Horcrux. The magical significance of 7 may have influenced the very nature of the protection around each Horcrux. 7 is associated with completeness and magical perfection. By dividing his soul into 7, Voldemort may have believed he was creating a magically unassailable system. Each piece would reinforce the others through mystical sympathies, creating defenses beyond the considerable protections he placed around individual Horcruxes. Consider also the locations where Voldemort concealed these objects. The cave where the locket was hidden contained a lake of inferi corpses animated by dark magic. The gaunt shack was protected by curses that withered Dumbledore's hand. Nagini remained constantly by his side. Each hiding place seemed tailored, not just for security, but for symbolic resonance with the soul fragment contained within. The theory becomes particularly intriguing when we consider Voldemort's appearance after his multiple Horcrux creations. His physical transformation, the snake-like features, the red eyes, the unnatural pallor, might not have been merely a consequence of dark magic use, but a specific result of dividing his soul into 7. Perhaps maintaining a balanced 7-part soul required physical changes to channel and control the distributed magical energy. As our fire dims to a gentle glow of coals, consider how this theory might explain Voldemort's obsession with Harry Potter. Beyond the prophecy, beyond being thwarted by an infant, Voldemort might have sensed on some level that his carefully constructed magical system had been compromised. The unintended Horcrux in Harry created an 8th soul fragment, disrupting the perfect magical harmony of 7. His desperate attempts to kill Harry might have been driven not just by fear of the prophecy, but by an instinctive need to restore magical balance. The destruction of each Horcrux, then, was not merely the elimination of an insurance policy against death. It was the systematic dismantling of a complex magical framework designed to distribute and preserve specific aspects of Voldemort's power. As each was destroyed, he became less the calculated dark wizard who had strategically risen to power, and more a desperate, rage-driven shadow of himself. In the final confrontation at Hogwarts, when all Horcruxes had been destroyed, Voldemort faced Harry with only the unstable fragment of soul remaining in his body. No longer supported by his network of distributed power, no longer magically complete in his carefully constructed 7, he was ultimately defeated by the simplest and yet most powerful magic, sacrificial love, and the ancient laws of wand ownership. As the night deepens around us and sleep draws near, ponder this question. If Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes indeed formed a magical system linking different aspects of his power and identity, what might have happened had he succeeded in maintaining the perfect balance of 7? What additional capabilities might have manifested in a dark wizard who had mastered the deepest secrets of soul magic and the mystical properties of the most magically powerful number? Chapter 7. How Trelawney made more true prophecies than we know. The evening grows more tranquil as the hour advances, the perfect atmosphere to contemplate the misty boundaries between coincidence and foresight. Tonight we turn our thoughts to Sybil Trelawney, a figure often dismissed as a fraud, yet responsible for prophecies that shaped the wizarding world. This theory suggests that beneath her theatrical predictions and dramatic pronouncements, Trelawney uttered far more genuine prophecies than anyone, perhaps even she herself, ever realized. Most wizards acknowledge only 2 confirmed prophecies from Sybil Trelawney: the momentous prediction about the child, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, and the later prophecy about the Dark Lord's servant returning to him. Yet, throughout the Harry Potter series, Trelawney makes numerous statements that prove eerily accurate, dismissed as lucky guesses or retroactive interpretations. What if these weren't coincidences at all, but genuine manifestations of her erratic yet authentic seer abilities? Consider the pattern of Trelawney's gift. Her major prophecies occurred when she entered a trance state, her voice becoming harsh and deep, with no memory of what she had said afterward. But genuine divination might express itself in subtler ways, through intuitive flashes, symbolic imagery, or seemingly random statements that contain fragments of truth not consciously understood by the seer herself. In Harry's very first divination class, Trelawney warned Lavender Brown that the thing she was dreading would happen on October 16th. When the date arrived, Lavender received news that her pet rabbit had been killed by a fox. While this might seem a minor fulfillment, it suggests an authentic glimpse of future events, however small. More significantly, Trelawney repeatedly predicted danger for Harry during his 3rd year, seeing the grim in his tea leaves. While Harry did not die as she dramatically suggested, he did face mortal danger multiple times that year, and the image of the Grim proved connected to Sirius Black's Animagus form. Her intuition sensed the approach of a large black dog that would change Harry's life, though she misinterpreted the nature of the threat. When Trelawney refused to join a Christmas dinner, because when 13 dine together, the first to rise will die, she was unknowingly referencing something important. At that very table sat 13 people, as Peter Pettigrew was present in his rat form. Albus Dumbledore rose first from that gathering, and he was indeed the first of them to die, though years later. The prediction held true, though not in the immediate time frame expected. During Harry's 4th year, Trelawney correctly predicted that events would unfold in a manner aligned with planetary movements, specifically noting that dark events would occur as Mercury and Saturn moved to unusual positions. The Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's return did indeed coincide with these astrological events, suggesting that her knowledge of celestial influences on magical events may have had more validity than her colleagues believed. Consider also her reading of Harry's tea leaves in his 5th year, where she saw not a happy bowl containing a falcon, a deadly enemy, a club, an attack, a skull, danger in your path, and other ominous symbols. That year brought Harry's direct confrontation with Voldemort at the Ministry, the loss of his godfather, and the full revelation of the prophecy binding him to a potential deadly fate. Her reading, typically dismissed as fear-mongering, accurately presaged the events that would unfold. The most intriguing evidence for this theory comes from moments when Trelawney seemed to speak prophecy without realizing it. When she encountered Harry on the stairs, and her voice changed briefly while discussing lightning-struck towers, she may have been unconsciously referring to the future death of Dumbledore atop the astronomy tower. These fleeting moments where her mannerisms shifted subtly might represent partial manifestations of her seer abilities breaking through her everyday consciousness. Imagine, if you will, the complexity of possessing such an inconsistent gift. Sybil Trelawney, great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney, likely grew up with enormous expectations. Her elaborate personal style, the bangles and shawls, the mystical affectations, these might be compensations for a genuine but erratic ability that rarely manifested in the dramatic way expected of her famous ancestress. The misty classroom in the North Tower, heavy with incense and dim lighting, might serve a purpose beyond mere theatrics. Such an environment could help Trelawney reach the specific mental state where her latent abilities were more likely to emerge. Like many genuine psychic phenomena, her gift might be sensitive to atmosphere, emotion, and setting. If we accept this theory that Trelawney made many more accurate predictions than commonly recognized, we must consider its implications for how divination functions in the wizarding world. Perhaps true prophecy isn't limited to dramatic trances and formal declarations. Maybe it manifests in countless small insights, intuitive leaps, and symbolic interpretations that blur the line between conscious analysis and unconscious foresight. This perspective casts Albus Dumbledore's decision to hire and protect Trelawney in a new light. Beyond sheltering her from Voldemort after hearing the first prophecy, he may have recognized that her gift, though inconsistent, was authentic. His occasional attendance at Christmas dinners in the Great Hall, despite his general absence from everyday meals, might have been partly to observe her in settings where her unconscious predictions might emerge. The Department of Mysteries maintains a hall of prophecy containing records of genuine predictions. One wonders how many of Trelawney's casual remarks, had they been overheard by an unspeakable, might have warranted crystal spheres of their own. Perhaps the dusty shelves hold more of her prophecies than anyone realizes, recorded by department operatives who recognized the authentic foresight in statements others dismissed. Consider also how this theory might reshape our understanding of divination as a magical discipline, rather than a clearly delineated skill like transfiguration or charms. Perhaps it exists on a spectrum where conscious technique and unconscious perception blend together. Trelawney's formal methods, tea leaves, crystal balls, palm reading, might be meaningful frameworks that occasionally allow her genuine ability to manifest, rather than entirely hollow techniques. There is a certain melancholy to this interpretation of Sybil Trelawney, a woman genuinely gifted with prophetic insight, yet unable to consistently access or control it, alternating between authentic foresight and theatrical performance to meet expectations, mocked by students and colleagues alike, yet responsible for some of the most consequential magical insights of her era. The Wizarding World's dismissal of Trelawney parallels humanity's complex relationship with prophecy throughout history. True seers have often been marginalized, their insights recognized only in retrospect, like Cassandra of Greek mythology, cursed to speak true prophecies that no one would believe. Trelawney's genuine predictions were frequently dismissed or misinterpreted. As our fire burns low and the night grows deeper, consider the moments when Trelawney's eyes widened behind her magnifying spectacles, when her voice took on a different quality, when she made those small, seemingly insignificant predictions that later proved accurate. In those moments, we might glimpse the authentic seer behind the elaborate persona, a woman whose connection to future events was real but fragmented, emerging in brief, often misunderstood glimpses. What other predictions might she have made that were never recorded or recognized? What casual comments in the staff room, what offhand remarks to students in the corridors, might have contained fragments of genuine prophecy? And if her gift could manifest in such subtle ways, might other witches and wizards possess similar latent abilities, their occasional insights dismissed as mere lucky guesses or coincidence? As sleep begins to cloud your thoughts and dreams approach, ponder this question. In a world where time and foresight are studied in hushed rooms behind locked doors, what might the Department of Mysteries understand about the nature of prophecy that even those who bear the gift cannot fully comprehend? And how might Sybil Trelawney's fractured glimpses of the future have shaped events in ways that history has yet to recognize? Chapter 8. Why Lily's protection was actually ancient blood magic. As midnight passes and the world grows still, let us delve into one of the most pivotal moments in wizarding history. The night Lily Potter stood between her son and the most feared dark wizard of all time. The conventional understanding is that her willing sacrifice created a protective shield of love that rebounded Voldemort's killing curse. But what if this explanation, while emotionally resonant, obscures a deeper magical truth? Tonight we explore the theory that Lily Potter's protection wasn't simply maternal love, but her conscious implementation of ancient blood magic that predates modern wizardry. The Wizarding World often explains that love saved Harry Potter that fateful Halloween night, yet this explanation has always contained curious inconsistencies. Throughout wizarding history, countless parents must have died protecting their children from dark forces. Why didn't their sacrifices create similar protections? What made Lily's sacrifice uniquely powerful? Consider instead that Lily Potter was not just acting on maternal instinct, but drawing upon magical knowledge few modern wizards possess. Blood magic represents one of the oldest and most primal forms of magical protection, existing in magical traditions across cultures and continents long before the establishment of formal magical education. Lily Evans was known to be an exceptionally talented witch, particularly skilled in charms and potions, but her academic brilliance may have extended beyond the standard Hogwarts curriculum. As a Muggle-born witch entering a magical world threatened by blood supremacy, Lily might have been particularly motivated to research magical traditions that transcended pure blood lineages. Ancient magical texts reference protective rituals involving freely given blood or life force. These rituals, often connected to familial bonds, create shields that dark magic cannot penetrate. Such magic operates on principles different from modern spellcasting, requiring no incantation or wand movement, but rather intent, sacrifice, and blood connection. This theory gains credibility when we consider how the protection manifested. It didn't simply deflect the killing curse, but created a lingering shield that remained tied to Harry's blood for years afterward. This enduring quality aligns more closely with ancient blood rituals than with spontaneous magical effects. The protection continued to live in Harry's blood so powerfully that it burned Professor Quirrell when he, carrying Voldemort's consciousness, attempted to touch the boy. More tellingly, Dumbledore understood that this blood protection could be extended through familial ties, which is why he placed Harry with his maternal aunt. While you can still call home the place where your mother's blood dwells, there you cannot be touched or harmed, he explained. This specifically magical connection to blood relatives suggests something far more complex than a simple shield of love. Imagine Lily Potter in the months before that fateful night, with a prophecy hanging over her child and the certainty that Voldemort would eventually find them. She would have desperately researched any means of protection. Given her academic brilliance, she might have discovered references to ancient protective blood rituals in forgotten texts or through conversations with older wizards like Dumbledore himself. The implementation of such magic wouldn't require elaborate rituals or preparation, only knowledge, intent, and willingness. When Voldemort entered the Potter home in Godric's Hollow, Lily may have already understood exactly what she needed to do. Her plea to spare Harry and take her instead wasn't just maternal desperation, but the essential verbal component of an ancient magical contract, the deliberate offering of her life in exchange for her son's protection. This theory casts new light on Voldemort's offer to spare Lily. He told her repeatedly to stand aside, giving her a choice that wasn't extended to James. This unusual mercy came at Snape's request, but it inadvertently fulfilled a crucial condition of blood magic. The sacrifice must be freely chosen when another option exists. By offering Lily the chance to live, Voldemort unwittingly enabled the very magic that would be his undoing. Consider also how the protection functioned in later years. It prevented Voldemort from touching Harry, lived on in Petunia Dursley's grudging acceptance of her nephew, and eventually allowed Harry to survive a second killing curse in the Forbidden Forest. These consistent properties across different circumstances suggest a specific type of ancient magic rather than a spontaneous protective effect. The blood connection became even more significant when Voldemort used Harry's blood for his resurrection ritual. He took my blood and rebuilt his living body with it. My mother's protection is inside both of us, Harry realized during their final confrontation. This tethering of life through shared blood reflects principles of ancient blood magic documented in magical traditions worldwide. Dumbledore's extensive knowledge of obscure magic and his immediate understanding of what had occurred that night suggests he recognized the specific type of protection Lily had invoked. His eyes gleamed with triumphant understanding when Harry told him Voldemort had used his blood to resurrect himself, another indication that he knew precisely what type of magic was at work. If we accept this theory, Lily Potter emerges not just as a loving mother, but as a brilliant witch who implemented ancient magical knowledge when modern defenses failed. Her academic brilliance, combined with her fierce determination to protect her son, led her to magic that pure-blood supremacists like Voldemort had overlooked or forgotten, magic that predated their artificial hierarchies. There is a profound symmetry to this interpretation. Voldemort, who prided himself on exploring the outer reaches of magic, was defeated by magical principles so ancient they predated Hogwarts itself. The witch he dismissed as a mudblood wielded power drawn from the very foundations of magic, accessible not through bloodline, but through love, sacrifice, and knowledge. This perspective also deepens our understanding of why Voldemort feared Dumbledore. The elderly headmaster understood forms of magic that Voldemort, for all his dark experimentation, failed to grasp. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, as the Muggle playwright Shakespeare wrote. A principle that applied to Voldemort's limited understanding of magical possibility. The Hogwarts Library, with its restricted section and rumored hidden collections, might contain references to such ancient practices. Perhaps Lily, as a favored student, gained access to texts not available to most, or perhaps Dumbledore himself, recognizing her exceptional abilities and the looming threat to her family, guided her toward this knowledge without explicitly saying what he was doing. As our fire dims to cooling embers and the deepest part of night envelops us, consider how this theory transforms not just our understanding of that Halloween night, but of magic itself. The wizarding world, with its neat categories of charms and transfigurations, potions and curses, exists as a refined system built upon more primal magical principles that remain accessible to those who know where to look. Lily's protection wasn't an anomaly or a magical accident, but her deliberate use of magic more ancient than Hogwarts itself. Magic connected not to wands and incantations, but to blood and sacrifice, to choices made from love rather than fear. Magic that Voldemort, with his pathological fear of death and his segmented soul, could never access or understand. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness and dreams beckon from the shadows, ponder this question: what other ancient magical principles might still exist beneath the surface of modern wizardry, waiting to be rediscovered by those with the wisdom to look beyond conventional magical education? And if Lily Potter could access such magic through research and determination, what other forgotten powers might be available to those who seek knowledge beyond the standard curriculum of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Chapter 9. How Mrs. Norris is an Animagus trapped as a cat. The witching hour deepens as we turn our attention to one of Hogwarts' most enigmatic residents, not a ghost or a professor, but a seemingly ordinary cat with extraordinarily piercing eyes. Mrs. Norris, the faithful companion of caretaker Argus Filch, patrols the corridors with an almost supernatural awareness of rule-breaking students. Tonight, we explore a haunting theory that suggests Mrs. Norris is not simply a remarkably intelligent feline, but an Animagus witch who has become permanently trapped in her cat form. The corridors of Hogwarts hold many secrets: portraits that speak, staircases that move, rooms that appear only when needed. Among these magical wonders, a dust-colored cat with lamp-like eyes might seem unremarkable, yet Mrs. Norris demonstrates abilities that stretch the boundaries of normal feline behavior, even by wizarding standards. Consider first her unusual connection with Filch. When Mrs. Norris discovers students breaking rules, she doesn't need to vocalize or physically fetch her master. Somehow, Filch knows exactly where to appear moments later, as if the two share a form of telepathic communication. While magical familiars often bond closely with their wizards, this level of silent communication suggests something beyond ordinary animal-human relationships. More telling is Mrs. Norris's remarkable awareness of Hogwarts rules and boundaries. She seems to understand precisely which areas are forbidden to students, which behaviors violate school policies, and even which students are more likely to cause trouble. This suggests a human-like comprehension of social structures and regulations that exceeds even the most intelligent natural cats. The theory that Mrs. Norris might be an Animagus gains particular resonance when we consider her name. Mrs. Norris implies a human identity, a title rarely given to pets. While this could simply reflect Filch's unusual attachment to his cat, it might also be an acknowledgement of her true nature as a human woman trapped in feline form. But how might a witch become permanently stuck as a cat? The transformation into an Animagus is notoriously difficult and dangerous. As Professor McGonagall warned her students, serious harm can befall those who attempt the transformation improperly. The Ministry maintains a registry of Animaga precisely because of these dangers. Imagine a scenario from decades past: a witch attempting the Animagus transformation without proper preparation or supervision. Perhaps she was naturally gifted but impatient, or maybe she followed instructions from an incomplete or incorrect text. The transformation succeeded initially. She became a cat, but something went terribly wrong when she attempted to return to human form. Such magical accidents are not unprecedented in the wizarding world. We need only recall the permanent half-transformation of Professor Lockhart's unfortunate dueling partner, who ended up with a permanent rat's tail. Or consider the bizarre case of wizard Uric the Oddball, who is historically remembered for transfiguration experiments gone wrong. A permanently stuck Animagus would represent a particularly tragic version of such magical mishaps. This theory becomes more intriguing when we consider Argus Filch's status as a squib, a non-magical person born to wizarding parents. Filch's bitterness towards students, his fascination with punishment, and his alliance with Mrs. Norris take on new dimensions if his cat is actually a trapped witch. Perhaps they found in each other a shared sense of magical exclusion, Filch unable to perform magic despite his wizarding heritage, and Mrs. Norris unable to return to her human form despite once being a capable witch. Their relationship might then represent a tragic alliance between two individuals denied full participation in the wizarding world they inhabit. Filch's extreme attachment to Mrs. Norris, carrying her around, speaking to her as a person, and her apparent understanding of his words, suggests a deeper connection than master and pet. They might communicate as equals, with Mrs. Norris retaining her human consciousness, despite her feline form. The theory gains additional support when we consider Mrs. Norris's reaction to threats. When she was petrified by the basilisk in Harry's second year, Dumbledore and the other professors treated the incident with the same gravity as the petrification of human students. While this could simply reflect Filch's distress, it might also indicate the staff's awareness of Mrs. Norris's true nature. Consider, too, the longevity of Mrs. Norris. Ordinary cats typically live around 15-20 years, yet Mrs. Norris has patrolled Hogwarts for decades without showing signs of aging. If she were an Animagus stuck in cat form, her lifespan would follow human rather than feline patterns, explaining her unusually long service alongside Filch. There are hints in wizarding literature about the psychological effects of remaining too long in an Animagus form. Extended periods in animal shape can begin to influence human thinking patterns. Perhaps Mrs. Norris has been trapped so long that her human memories have faded, leaving her with a curious hybrid consciousness, human awareness filtered through increasingly dominant feline instincts. This perspective casts Filch's care for Mrs. Norris in a poignant light. Perhaps he knows her true identity. Maybe she was once a friend, colleague, or even a romantic partner who suffered this terrible magical accident. His dedication might be not just affection for a pet, but loyalty to a person he once knew, now trapped in a form that allows only limited communication. Hogwarts itself, with its ancient magic and centuries of accumulated enchantments, might play a role in this theory. The castle has been known to sustain ghosts, portraits, and other magical manifestations of consciousness. Perhaps it similarly helps maintain Mrs. Norris's human awareness within her feline form, preventing her from becoming just an ordinary cat, despite years or even decades of transformation. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library likely contains information about Animagus transformations gone wrong. One wonders if Filch has ever asked Madame Pince for access to such texts, searching for any possible cure for his companion's condition. His lack of magical ability would prevent him from attempting any counterspell himself, adding another layer to his general resentment toward the magical abilities of others. As our night grows deeper and the borders between waking and dreaming thoughts begin to blur, consider the eyes of Mrs. Norris, described as lamp-like and unnervingly intelligent. In those eyes, students glimpse something that makes them instinctively uncomfortable, something beyond normal animal awareness. Perhaps what they're sensing, without realizing it, is the trapped human consciousness studying them from behind a feline gaze. The corridors of Hogwarts fall silent as most of its residents sleep, but Mrs. Norris remains vigilant, padding softly through the moonlit halls. Is she simply performing her duties as Filch's faithful assistant, or is she living out an endless twilight existence? Neither fully cat nor fully human, trapped between worlds in a magical accident, long forgotten by most of the wizarding world. As sleep begins to claim your thoughts and the boundaries of possibility soften, consider this question. What would it mean to retain human consciousness while being perceived and treated as an animal for decades? And if Mrs. Norris is indeed a trapped Animagus, does she still hope for restoration to her human form? Or has she, after all these years, come to accept her feline existence as preferable to the human life she once knew? Chapter 10. The truth about Harry Potter's vault at Gringotts. As the night grows ever deeper and stars wheel slowly overhead, Let us journey beneath London to the gleaming marble halls and twisting tunnels of Gringotts' wizarding bank. There, deep in the underground labyrinth guarded by goblins and enchantments, sits Vault 687, Harry Potter's inheritance. Most believe it contains nothing more than gold galleons, silver sickles and bronze nuts. But what if this modest vault, visited by an 11-year-old boy, accompanied by Rubeus Hagrid, conceals secrets far more valuable than mere currency? The first curious detail about Harry's vault is its very existence. James and Lily Potter died when they were barely 21 years old, extraordinarily young to have accumulated the substantial fortune Harry discovers. While the Potter family may have been wealthy, the specific arrangement of this vault suggests something more deliberate than a simple inheritance. Consider that when Hagrid presents the key to the Goblin Teller, there is immediate recognition. No questions are asked about identification or verification beyond the physical key. This suggests the vault may have special status within Gringotts, perhaps subject to additional protections or monitoring beyond the standard security measures. The journey to the vault itself offers subtle clues. The cart rides deeper and deeper into the caverns beneath London, passing through a subterranean landscape where stalactites and stalagmites grow from the ceiling and floor. While not as deep as high-security vaults like the Lestrange's, Harry's vault is nonetheless situated far from the surface, an unusual location for what should be a relatively new and modestly secured account. When the vault door opens, Harry's attention is naturally drawn to the mounds of gold coins. An orphan raised in neglect would understandably focus on this sudden material wealth. But what might Harry, in his youthful excitement, have overlooked? What might have been hidden in plain sight, among or beneath the stacks of wizard currency? This theory suggests that Lily and James Potter, knowing they were targeted by Voldemort, could have left more than money in that vault. Perhaps critical information, magical artifacts, or personal heirlooms that Harry was meant to discover when he was older and better equipped to understand their significance. Consider the timing. Hagrid removes Harry from Privet Drive on his 11th birthday, just as he's about to enter the wizarding world. The vault visit occurs during his first exposure to the magical community, when everything is overwhelming and new. This would be the perfect opportunity for something significant to be overlooked in the sensory overload of the experience. The minimal security surrounding the key itself is telling. For 10 years, Hagrid tells Harry, Dumbledore kept the small golden key to potentially significant Potter family artifacts. Not in a high-security location, not protected by complex spells, but simply somewhere safe until it was needed. This casual handling suggests either remarkable confidence in simple protections, or, more intriguingly, that the key itself was only part of the access mechanism to the vault's true contents. What might the vault have contained beyond gold? Perhaps journals or letters from James and Lily, preserved with stasis charms, and intended for Harry when he reached a certain age. These could contain personal histories, family information, or even tactical knowledge about Voldemort that they didn't have time to share with the Order of the Phoenix before their deaths. Consider how little Harry ever learned about his parents' lives before their marriage, their childhoods, their time at Hogwarts beyond scattered anecdotes, their careers as adult wizards. This absence of personal history is a curious gap that the contents of the vault might have been intended to fill. The vault might also have contained magical artifacts beyond monetary value. The Potter family was ancient and could have possessed heirlooms similar to those found in other old wizarding families. We know the invisibility cloak was passed directly to Harry through Dumbledore, but what of other potential Potter family treasures, enchanted objects, specialized magical tools, or items with sentimental rather than monetary value might have been overlooked among the gold? There is precedent for Gringotts vaults containing more than treasure. The Lestrange vault held a Horcrux among its valuables. The highest security vault visited by Hagrid contained nothing but the small wrapped package of the Philosopher's Stone. Gringotts clearly serves as repository for objects of magical significance beyond simple wealth. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that the vault contained information about the protective magic Lily used to shield Harry, the ancient blood protection that saved him as an infant and continued to preserve him at Privet Drive. If Lily had researched this magic as suggested in our earlier exploration, she might have left documentation of her findings in the family vault, intending for Harry to eventually understand the nature of his protection. The theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider Dumbledore's involvement. His possession of the vault key for a decade suggests he knew its contents intimately. His careful management of information revealed to Harry over the years might have included controlling when and how Harry would discover any secrets contained in Vault 687. Imagine the practical considerations facing James and Lily in their final days. They were in hiding, their movements restricted, their communications monitored. Gringotts, with its legendary security and discretion, would represent one of the few truly secure locations available to them for preserving anything they wanted their son to eventually inherit. Not just gold, but knowledge, memory, and heritage. The Potter family history itself remains one of the more significant gaps in the narrative Harry discovers. We learn he is descended from the Peverells and connected to the Deathly Hallows, but little else about his extended family or their place in wizarding history. Perhaps documentation of these connections lay waiting in the vault, overlooked by a boy, overwhelmed by his first glimpse of material wealth. As our night journey continues and sleep draws ever nearer, consider the vault as it might appear years later. After Voldemort's defeat, after Harry reaches adulthood, would he revisit it with more mature eyes, perhaps noticing details missed in childhood? Might he discover compartments within compartments, enchanted containers that open only to specific magical signatures, or objects charmed to reveal themselves only when their owner reaches a certain age? The goblins of Gringotts are known for their unique brand of magic, different from wizard magic, and often underestimated. Their security systems might include age-sensitive enchantments that conceal certain vault contents until the rightful owner is old enough to responsibly inherit them. Harry, visiting at 11, might have been shown only what the vault's magical protections deemed appropriate for his age. This perspective transforms our understanding of Harry's first visit to Gringotts, from a simple withdrawal of funds to a profound moment of connection with his parents' legacy, a connection he wasn't yet prepared to fully recognize or understand. The gold he gathered for school supplies might have been merely the surface layer of a much deeper inheritance waiting to be discovered. The contents of Vault 687 represent one of many loose threads in the tapestry of Harry's story. Possibilities suggested but never fully explored in the accounts of his adventures, like the broken mirror shard that ultimately helps him escape Malfoy Manor. Significant objects often remain unrecognized until the moment of greatest need. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep and the boundaries between thought and dream grow permeable, consider this question: what treasures beyond gold might still wait in the cool darkness of Harry's Gringotts vault? And how might the discovery of such personal legacies, letters never read, family histories never learned, magical knowledge never shared, have changed the path of the boy who lived? Chapter 11. Why Draco Malfoy was secretly working for Dumbledore. The hour grows late, and the fire burns low, casting flickering shadows across the walls of our sanctuary. As your thoughts begin to drift toward dreams, let us contemplate one of the most intriguing possibilities in the wizarding world: that Draco Malfoy, the platinum-haired Slytherin portrayed as Harry Potter's school nemesis, may have been secretly working under Dumbledore's guidance during the most crucial periods of the Second Wizarding War. This theory challenges our understanding of one of the more seemingly straightforward character arcs in the Harry Potter narrative. On the surface, Draco appears to follow a predictable path, from privileged pure-blood supremacist to reluctant Death Eater to disillusioned survivor. But what if beneath this visible journey lay a more complex reality? What if Draco's actions, particularly during his 6th and 7th years at Hogwarts, were influenced by secret communications with Albus Dumbledore himself? Consider first the curious inconsistencies in Draco's behavior throughout his time at Hogwarts. While publicly embracing his family's pure blood ideology, his actions often lack the true conviction of a dedicated believer. His taunts are childish rather than genuinely malicious. His threats rarely followed through with actual harm. Even his participation in Umbridge's inquisitorial squad seems motivated more by desire for status than by true ideological commitment. The theory gains substance when we examine the events of Draco's 6th year, when he was ostensibly tasked by Voldemort with killing Dumbledore. Throughout that year, Harry observes Draco becoming increasingly distressed, losing weight, appearing haunted and afraid. The obvious interpretation is that Draco was struggling with his assignment. But what if his distress stemmed partly from living a dangerous double role, outwardly appearing to work toward Dumbledore's death while actually sharing information with the headmaster? The pivotal evidence comes from the astronomy tower in those final moments before Dumbledore's death. Draco, years ago, I knew a boy who made all the wrong choices, Dumbledore says. Please let me help you. This offer of help is typically interpreted as a last-minute attempt to save Draco from the path of a Death Eater. But what if it was instead a coded reminder of an arrangement already in place, a gentle prompt to continue their secret collaboration even after Dumbledore's planned death? Consider too Dumbledore's extraordinary insight into Draco's activities that year. Despite being frequently absent from the school, Dumbledore seems remarkably well informed about Draco's movements and struggles. I have not been neglecting my duty to you, he tells Harry at one point. Perhaps this duty included not just protecting Harry, but also guiding Draco through an almost impossibly complex role as an unwilling double agent. Snape's unbreakable vow to protect Draco takes on new dimensions through this lens. If Dumbledore had secretly recruited Draco as an informant, Snape's vow would serve dual purposes, appearing to Narcissa as protection for her son, while actually ensuring the safety of a valuable source of intelligence within Voldemort's circle. The theory becomes even more compelling when we consider Dumbledore's extraordinary capacity for long-term planning. By the time Draco was given his task to kill the headmaster, Dumbledore was already dying from the curse of Marvolo Gaunt's ring. He had already arranged with Snape the circumstances of his death. Bringing Draco into this complex web of plans would be entirely consistent with Dumbledore's strategic approach to defeating Voldemort. What might such an arrangement have entailed? Perhaps not full disclosure. Dumbledore was careful about sharing complete information, even with his most trusted allies. More likely, he would have approached Draco with hints and suggestions, exploiting the young Slytherin's growing doubts and fears about Voldemort's regime. Small moments of private conversation, seemingly casual encounters in corridors or the headmaster's office, could have provided opportunities for subtle guidance that no one else would notice. This perspective explains several puzzling aspects of Draco's behavior. His increasingly desperate attempts to fix the vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement might have been performed with Dumbledore's knowledge, allowing the Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts at a time and under circumstances that Dumbledore had prepared for. His failure to identify Harry at Malfoy Manor becomes not just an act of personal reluctance, but the fulfillment of a promise made to a headmaster who had shown him another path. Look closely at Draco's actions during the Battle of Hogwarts. While his parents clearly switch allegiance to protect their son, Draco's own movements suggest someone trying to navigate between worlds, neither fully committed to the Death Eaters, nor openly supporting Harry. This ambiguity makes perfect sense for someone attempting to honor a secret commitment to Dumbledore, while maintaining the appearance of loyalty to Voldemort. The theory also helps explain the remarkable speed with which the Malfoy family was rehabilitated after Voldemort's defeat. Despite years of open support for pure blood supremacy and active participation in both wizarding wars, the Malfoys escape Azkaban. While Harry's testimony about Narcissa's help in the forest explains part of this leniency, it seems insufficient to account for their full rehabilitation. If, however, it became known to Ministry officials that Draco had been secretly working under Dumbledore's direction, such clemency becomes more understandable. Consider also how this theory reshapes our understanding of Dumbledore himself. Always described as seeing the best in people, always willing to offer second chances. Dumbledore might have recognized in Draco not just a frightened boy in need of redemption, but a strategically placed potential ally with access to Voldemort's inner circle. The ability to see Draco's potential beyond his family allegiance would be characteristic of Dumbledore's penetrating insight into human character. There is a particular poignancy to this interpretation of Draco's story. Imagine him caught between impossible choices, his family's safety on one side, his growing moral doubts on the other, with Dumbledore offering a narrow, dangerous path between these extremes. His visible distress throughout his 6th year would stem not just from fear of failing Voldemort, but from the almost unbearable pressure of secretly working against everything his family had taught him to believe. The subtlety of this arrangement would be characteristic of Dumbledore's approach. Just to guided Harry with carefully measured information, revealing only what was necessary at each stage. He might have led Draco step by uncertain step, never fully disclosing the larger plan, but providing just enough direction to maintain the young Slytherin's precarious position as an unwitting double agent. As night deepens around us and sleep draws ever nearer, consider the weight of such secrets carried by a teenager, still forming his own identity. The popular view of Draco as simply a privileged bully fails to capture the complexity of a young man potentially navigating not just the transition from childhood to adulthood, but the morally treacherous landscape of wartime espionage. In the years following Voldemort's defeat, as the wizarding world rebuilt itself, Draco is known to have created a life markedly different from the pure-blood aristocratic model his parents had embraced. He married, raised a son with notably different values than those he had been taught, and established a quiet existence away from the spotlight of wizarding politics. Perhaps this modest life was influenced by lessons learned during those secret conversations with a headmaster who saw potential for redemption, where others saw only the dark mark. The portraits in the headmaster's office preserve the memory and some essence of former headmasters. One wonders if, in difficult moments during the years following the Battle of Hogwarts, Draco might have occasionally visited the current headmaster's office, seeking private counsel with the painted image of Albus Dumbledore, continuing a conversation that began in secret during those dark days when choices were limited and survival depended on careful navigation between opposing forces. Her consciousness drifts toward the borderlands of sleep. Consider this question: if Draco Malfoy indeed served as Dumbledore's secret agent, moving between worlds with the constant fear of discovery, how might this hidden allegiance have transformed his understanding of courage, loyalty, and identity? And what other subtle alliances might Dumbledore have cultivated, invisible to history, but crucial to the ultimate defeat of the Dark Lord? Chapter 12. How Sirius Black was in love with Lily Potter. In these final moments before sleep claims you completely, let us explore perhaps the most emotionally complex theory of all, one that reframes the dynamics of the Marauders and adds layers of poignancy to the tragedy that befell them. Tonight, we consider the possibility that Sirius Black harbored deep, unspoken feelings for Lily Evans Potter throughout their years at Hogwarts and beyond, creating an unacknowledged emotional undercurrent that influenced many of his life's most significant decisions. The canon narrative presents Sirius Black as James Potter's closest friend, the best man at his wedding, the godfather to his son, and ultimately, the man who gave his life trying to protect Harry. This loyalty is typically attributed to the brotherhood formed between the Marauders during their school years, but what if another powerful emotion shaped Sirius's unwavering dedication, a private love for Lily that he never acted upon out of loyalty to James? Consider first the striking absence of romantic attachments in what we know of Sirius's life. Despite being described as handsome and charismatic in his youth, we never hear of Sirius having significant relationships. While his imprisonment in Azkaban explains the absence of romance in his adult years, this lack of attachment extends back to his time at Hogwarts, where teenage romances were common. This curious emotional isolation might reflect a heart already given to someone unattainable, Sirius's extreme reaction to the Potters' deaths provides subtle evidence for this theory. His decision to pursue Peter Pettigrew rather than fulfill his responsibilities as Harry's godfather suggests a grief beyond rational thought. The actions of a man destroyed not just by the loss of his best friend, but by the woman he secretly loved. The reckless abandonment of his duties to Harry seems motivated by something more personal and devastating than even the betrayal of a friend. His interactions with Harry in later years carry fascinating undercurrents when viewed through this lens. Sirius often seems to look at Harry and see both James and Lily simultaneously, sometimes focusing on the traits Harry shares with his father, other times growing quiet when Harry's eyes, so like his mother's, meet his own. There's a constant emotional complexity in these moments that exceeds simple nostalgia for his departed friend. More telling is Sirius's intense reaction when discussing those who betrayed the Potters. His hatred for Peter Pettigrew burns with a passion that seems almost disproportionate, unless one considers it fueled not just by a friend's betrayal, but by the knowledge that Pettigrew's actions led to the death of the woman Sirius secretly loved. Similarly, his loathing for Snape takes on new dimensions if viewed as partially motivated by jealousy over Snape's childhood friendship with Lily. The theory gains additional support when we examine Sirius's relationship with Lily directly. Though we have limited glimpses of their interactions, what we do see suggests a unique dynamic. Lily appears to have been one of the few people who could temper the more reckless aspects of Sirius's nature. In memories shown to Harry, she demonstrates an ability to challenge Sirius in ways others couldn't, suggesting a respect and emotional connection that might have been the foundation for deeper feelings. Consider how differently Sirius and Remus Lupin remember Lily and James. Lupin speaks of them with fondness and melancholy, but Sirius's remembrances carry a rawer, more emotional quality. When speaking of Lily specifically, his tone often shifts subtly, a nuance that could indicate the care taken when discussing someone who held special significance beyond friendship. This theory also helps explain some of Sirius's behavior toward James during their school years. His encouragement of James's more reckless and showing-off behaviors, particularly around Lily, might have been unconsciously motivated by complicated feelings, perhaps hoping James would ultimately alienate Lily, while simultaneously feeling guilty for undermining his best friend's chances with the girl he admired. There's a particular poignancy in imagining Sirius standing as best man at James and Lily's wedding, publicly celebrating a union that privately caused him both joy for his friends and deep personal pain. This kind of emotional complexity would be entirely in character for Sirius, who often experienced emotions with greater intensity than those around him. His decision to become Harry's godfather takes on additional layers of meaning through this perspective. Beyond honoring his friendship with James, it may have represented Sirius's way of maintaining a connection to Lily, a means of honoring his unspoken feelings through dedicated protection of her son. This commitment would explain the particular ferocity with which he later embraced his role as Harry's protector after escaping from Azkaban. The years in Azkaban themselves gain a new dimension of horror when viewed through this lens. Beyond reliving the trauma of losing his best friend, Sirius would have repeatedly experienced the loss of Lily, a grief made more complex by its private nature, by the fact that it was a love he had never expressed and now never could. This interpretation also casts new light on Sirius's intense reaction to being confined at Grimmauld Place, while others fought against Voldemort. His frustration might have been fueled not just by a general desire to be useful, but by a specific need to honor Lily's memory through active protection of her son, a need made more urgent by his earlier failure to be there for Harry after her death. As our exploration of this theory reaches its conclusion, and sleep beckons ever more insistently, consider how this perspective transforms our understanding of the famous quartet of friends. James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter become not just schoolboy companions but a complex web of loyalties, secrets, and unspoken feelings. Sirius's loyalty to James becomes not just friendship but a profound act of sacrifice, choosing his friend's happiness over his own desires. In the quiet moments at Grimmauld Place, when Sirius would look at Harry, seeing James's face but Lily's eyes, imagine the bittersweet comfort and pain that such resemblance might bring. A constant reminder of both his best friend and the woman he had silently loved, now embodied in this boy he was determined to protect at any cost. The veil in the Department of Mysteries, through which Sirius fell during his final battle, becomes a fitting metaphor for the man himself, a figure caught between worlds, between loyalties, between spoken and unspoken truths. In his final moments fighting to protect Harry, he was honoring both his explicit promise to James and perhaps his unspoken promise to Lily, a last act of devotion to the two people who had defined his emotional life. Ultimately, this theory doesn't diminish Sirius's loyalty to James, but enriches our understanding of the sacrifices that loyalty entailed. It suggests a man of deeper emotional complexity than initially appears, someone capable of setting aside his own desires out of love for his friend, of channeling unreciprocated feelings into protective devotion toward their son. As you drift finally into dreams, perhaps you'll glimpse Sirius Black as he might have been, the handsome young man with laughing eyes that held secrets, who chose friendship over desire, who carried the private burden of an unspoken love through imprisonment, escape, and ultimately to the veil that separated life from what lies beyond. And perhaps you'll wonder, as consciousness fades in those final moments, as the veil embraced him, did Sirius find peace in the knowledge that soon he would see both James and Lily again?